Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. I'm not even going to pretend like I'm going to be playing Space Engineers right now because I am so hopelessly addicted to Dune Awakening. It's ridiculous. I go to sleep thinking about it. I wake up thinking about it. It's terrible. I don't know why. I can't stop. So we're going to play some more. Good news is, yesterday, after the stream, I managed to go ahead and get a Mark IV cut array attached to my buggy, and I'm currently working on my thopter, which, let's see where we're at. I need 5 more aluminum ingots, and then I can get the front put on it, and then the last thing I'm going to need is more aluminum, which I have plenty of aluminum ore. I just don't have aluminum ingots made. And I need to get 3 more of the particle capacitors. And then essentially, we will have our first thopter on the new server up and running. Yay! Although it was funny, and I had to let Kintar know about this little bit of irony, is that this morning, after the daily restart, which happens at about 6 Eastern, the server, the world server, was down for our private server. I went and I checked our original private server, Brine Shade. It was still up. I was like, what the hell's going on? Fortunately, though, this came back up pretty quickly. It was only down for a few hours tops, so probably like a maintenance thing. Just doing some work on it, that sort of thing, which is perfectly acceptable. It wasn't down for like half a day kind of thing, so I'm not going to be that bent out of shape about it. But we're almost there. Just 2 more aluminum ingots, and then we will be good to go on the cockpit. And then after that, it's just getting the generator, and then we'll be able to put it together. Of course, this is going to start the conversation about the next phase of gameplay, which is, do we keep our base here, or do we go ahead and start looking at moving the base up into the north? Where we're at right now is a good middle ground place. And I actually do enjoy having a base sort of in the middle of the map, because it makes it easier to get to everywhere all the time. However, considering that we are going to be moving into aluminum manufacturing more extensively, as well as there we go, as well as making sure that we have the necessary materials coming out of the deep desert, it's not necessarily a bad idea to look at moving north as well. And here's another thing that came to mind yesterday. And I realized this as I was tooling around doing some exploration and hitting up intel from various locations. On a private server, there are 2 important options for this idea to work. The first is shutting off sandstorms. The purpose of a sandstorm, the Coriolis storm, is to essentially clear out old stuff. So it comes through and it clears out old buildings and basically abandoned vehicles, that sort of thing. And that's the purpose of the storms in Haga Basin. So if you don't have any sandstorms, you don't have to worry about that. The next setting that is incredibly important is taxes. Oh, come on. Peekaboo, I see you. Now, the reason why I bring up those two things is because of the fact that, you know what? Just give me a second. Fuck you. All right, so the reason why I bring those things up is because it occurred to me on a private server where you don't have taxes and you don't have sandstorms, you can actually get away with doing some cool building stuff. Because all you need is to be able to put down an advanced subfife for the largest buildable area right off the bat. Build whatever it is that you need to build, and then remove the advanced subfife. And because there's no storms to get rid of the items that you built, they'll stay indefinitely. They won't degrade as far as I know. So you're not in a situation where it's going to disappear. So I'm starting to think about how I could add some structures around the map that could potentially help or benefit us in terms of mobility. Being able to get around easier and faster. Now, obviously, there are certain areas where I can't create a bridge to get over sand. At least theoretically, I don't think I can. Without the sandworm getting involved. But there are lots of other areas, and especially up in the mountains, where it would be pretty significantly easy to build a bridge. Oh, I know I dinged that helmet. Yes, I did. So that's one of the ideas that I've had. Ooh. Will you guys just kill him already? Why is it that they're so effective against me but terrible against each other? Actually, I already know the answer to that question. There we go. That's kind of what I was looking for. Come on, drop that shield. Come on. Gotcha. Gotcha. I love having my sniper rifle back. Basically, stealth archer build. No. Stupid chome. Okay, I need... Nope. Actually, can I get more blood? Awesome. More blood. And you're dead. Basically, I'm just in here looking to get Servox and the calibrated whatchamacallits. Sometimes I don't completely suck with a rifle. There's no help for you. Come here, buddy. My sword wants to say hello. Oh, wait, what? You know what? That's enough out of you. That's got to be a little bit terrifying, though, from their perspective. You're sitting there, like, just shooting and unloading your rifle into somebody, and they just start lumbering towards you with their sword out. And there's nothing you can do about it except stand there and just hope to God that one of those bullets actually does its job. Mm-hmm. Was there anything in here? Yes. I noticed one of the changes that they made, which was a really smart choice, is that those cases that would typically have some sort of quest loot in them, now if you're not on that contract, you don't get anything out of it but a little bit of Solaris, which was a smart decision. There are a lot of situations where you're running up on that sort of stuff early or late. Like you've already accomplished that particular contract several times, or, you know, you've already done that contract. And so instead of constantly giving you loot that you don't need, that you're just going to have to delete out of your inventory, they're like, here, have like a handful of Solaris. Okay, thanks. All right, there we go. And is there anybody else who needs to get shot in the face? Yes, there is. I never get tired of doing that. You know, there's always this question as to why we always default to the stealth archer build in games that allow it. And it really comes down to this sense of sort of feeling like a badass. They can't touch you because they don't know you're there. You do tremendous amounts of damage to them. And on top of that, come on, you stay alive longer. Plus, it's just a lot of fun to snipe somebody from like across the map. I'm getting tired of your shit. There we go. I will take that. That is a good level up. And Also using these to fill up my leader johns so I can take them back to the base so that we have more extra water. That's funny. Over the past few days, and of course this is probably just YouTube algorithm doing its thing, but I've been noticing an uptick of videos coming out about Dune Awakening's PvP situation in the open desert. And specifically, there was one that I watched this morning where it was a small group. They had their carrier, they had their harvester, and it looked like they may have had 3 or 4 thopters that were around them get absolutely zerged by a massive group of scout thopters that just obliterated their carrier, just took it completely out, then brought in their carrier to steal the spice harvester. Now, part of me realizes that's actually a smart play. The other part of me has this fear from my EVE Online days as to the fact that the biggest issue that we are going to face in Dune in the future, and on public servers specifically, but it could wind up happening in private servers as well, is blob warfare. Essentially what happens is that a group realizes that a larger group, perhaps you have like 5 people, and 7 others in a different group show up to fight them, and they get obliterated. Group A with 5, Group B with 7. Group B wins because they have 2 more people. So Group A goes and recruits 4 more people. Now they have 9. And they go after Group B. Group B loses. They have fewer people. And it becomes this back and forth. And it stops being about tactics, and it stops being about strategy, and it stops being about logistics, and it stops being about what you are capable of fielding in battle, and it starts coming down to how many people do you have, and that sort. What the hell? I'm not fighting a jumping flamer. I'm sorry. Will you quit throwing rocks at me? That's enough of that noise. Getting tired of that. And so what my fear is for the current longevity of PvP in the deep desert is that it's going to become blob after blob fighting each other, because there's no real incentive to be a smaller group. The incentive is always going to be numbers advantage, which makes sense. Why wouldn't you want more numbers? And I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that the game is going to have. And it's a mistake that a lot of open PvP games make. But of course, what that winds up doing is it then also builds a new incentive, and especially with what we've seen so far, is if I cannot beat the Horde at the Horde's game, I must change the game. And what winds up happening is that we could also then see an uptick in people cheating. All of a sudden, instead of it being just about the blob warfare, you're now worried about the cheating warfare, because now more and more people are going to be cheating to be competitive. And we already know how effective that their anti-cheat is, considering that the cheating is rampant. You need a lot more than help. So one of the things that I've been thinking about is how the PvP can be fixed at a gameplay level. And I know I've mentioned this before. I've probably harped on it. But the video I was watching specifically brought up the point that I had made as well, in that rockets need to be taken away from thopters. Now, I think in this case they were on the idea of all thopters need to have their rockets removed. I don't think that's the case. The current situation is that Funcom applied a nerf to thopters with rocket pods added. That when you have rockets installed on your thopter, it decreases your top speed. This actually kind of feels like the wrong way to go about it, because the issue is not speed. The issue is about strength. Unfortunately, the rocket pods are just too strong. And especially for the vast amount of ammunition that they are capable of carrying, and especially a scout thopter. A scout thopter can carry 250 rockets. Now, if they were purely dumbfire, that wouldn't be so bad, but they do seem to have a small amount of tracking. So that makes them even worse. All you need is about 3 decent ornithopter pilots with a full load of rockets on each, and you are a threat to literally everything. And I think this is a problem. There is a complete lack of paper, rock, scissors when it comes to warfare right now. The only thing that you need for warfare is 3 to 5 cheap, like Mark V ornithopters with rocket pods, and you have now dominated the skies in most areas. So open warfare is the biggest issue, along with the current meta of the current meta of using scout thopters and rocket pods. So that needs to change, and significantly. On top of that, the open warfare itself needs to change. There's no reason why you need an area that is open warfare, period. And especially in a game that specifically awards, or at least pushes you towards, factional warfare, choosing a side, choosing whether you're going to be Harkonnen or Atreides.
Who's that?
There's someone here.
Yes, somebody is here. And so that's why open desert PvP just doesn't make sense.
I'm coming for you.
That's enough out of you. I'm tired of your shit. So the idea for a revised version of PvP, and this is something I've probably previously talked about, the idea is this. Instead of having an open world map for PvP, instead of having the deep desert the way that it is, what you do instead is you create a bunch of smaller maps. Now, smaller being relative, you could probably get away with like the size of Sheol, or maybe the size of Haga Basin in total if you wanted. But something like that I think would be kind of the largest size. And what you would do is you would have a bunch of these that are set up in an area, a bunch of these maps, and they're all interconnected based off of the direction that you go through them. such that as you fight in each of these maps and gain control of it, you then get access to not only all of the resources that are in that map for a period of time, the spice, the titanium, the stravidium, everything else in it, but it also passively generates a small income for your faction. Atreides, Harkonnen, whatever the third faction winds up being. So you wind up with this additional amount of stuff that you're getting per cycle, whatever that cycle is. And what that will initially incentivize is factional warfare, and will, to some degree, incentivize people to then start fighting for their chosen faction. Yes, somebody is. Somebody won't be for long.
Where's my backup?
Your backup isn't going to help. So, let's say we've got a grid. We'll call it a grid, but it'll be laid out however. You've got a grid that's like a 10 by 10 grid of these overworld maps, overworld deep desert segments. And each faction has a side that they can start on. So we'll say Harkonnen starts on the west, Atreides starts on the east. And the way you would lay it out is that there would be, let's say, the corners and the center would be areas that have the highest output of passive resource generation. And then everything in the middle of that would generate less than, but still cumulatively be incredibly important. So you could have one of the corners generating passive titanium and stravidium. You could have one of the corners doing spice, whatever they need for that, which would strategically make it important to basically capture those points, those territories, so that at some point in time, after, let's say, the Coriolis comes through, whatever got collected over that week then gets divvied out to everybody who's part of that faction, let's say tier 3 and up. So if you're at like level 3, 4, or 5, based on that level, you get more resources out of it. So it also incentivizes players to be more aligned with a particular faction so they get more out of it in the long run. Where was that at? And what this would hopefully do is push players to be more involved in PvP as PvP. Not just as a, well, I have to deal with this because it's here sort of thing. I think that's one of the biggest problems right now, is that the reason why people engage with the PvP as is because they're either looking to stir up issues or because there's really nothing else to do at endgame except fight each other. Which even that will eventually get boring as more and more people start discovering whatever the new meta is and finding all the different exploits and every other form of fuck you that the PvP community can find. That is unfortunately what winds up happening every single time, is that players streamline the fun out of the game. And at the end of the day, you're just left with, well, this is boring. I might as well just wait for the next update and hope for the best. Because that's what winds up happening every single time. It took Rockstar a long time to realize that what they had given players by way of the Oppressor Mark 1, actually the Oppressor Mark 2 more than anything else, was they basically gave players an easy button and there was no reason to get anything else ever. All you needed was the Oppressor Mark 2. And I think once they realized that people weren't buying anything else after that, that it was like, oh shit, well, we need to generate more shark card revenue, so let's start giving people a reason to buy cars again. Yes, I need 20. And so it was one of those situations where they had to adjust their game around that. And I hope Funcom is a little more forward thinking than that. And what we wind up getting is more of a, okay, we understand there's a fundamental problem with the gameplay. We're going to fix it. Just bear with us. Now, currently, the biggest thing that they've done is apply a Band-Aid in the deep desert by just making it so that the deep desert is half and half. That's like Dairy Creamer at this point. They've applied a short-term fix to a long-term problem. Which, you know, it's fine for a little while, but it doesn't resolve the underlying issue of why. More specifically, why should players engage with PvP? What's the actual benefit? And I think that's the bigger question. I think that's really the question that needs to be asked about the open PvP. Why should people engage with it? What is the overall benefit to gameplay? And what are people going to get out of it? Give me just a second. I was starting to get a little warm there. Okay, so well, hello there, Mr. Worm. You're not going to be a problem for much longer. As soon as I make that. And then once I have that, I will have all of the pieces necessary to build the first thopter. And then I am going to go, maybe go poke at the deep desert real quick just to see what it looks like. I've already been out to the deep desert, so I know what it looks like, but I want to see what it looks like for our server cluster. Because on a private server, I don't know what the setup is. Now, I'm thinking that the way that it works is that essentially, like with all of the other servers, you wind up in a situation where your world server has its own dedicated deep desert. But I don't know if that's the case. That is a huge chunk of debris that goes flying up into the air. Good Lord. What my concern is that for private servers, instead of having a single deep desert for each world server like it normally is, they actually have a deep desert for a set of world servers. And that's what I'm a little concerned about. I hope that's not the case because I would like a low populated deep desert. That was kind of part of why we got away from the public servers anyway, so that we could get a quieter experience to get away from the idiots. But we'll have to wait and see. Way of the Wanderer. No, I can make a house sword. It'll take up the aluminum that I'm currently making, but okay, that's good to know. Yeah, because let's see, that's spark sword. Ooh. I might just have to make one of those at some point. Almost there. Just 4 more aluminum ingots. The biggest issue right now is water-ish kind of a problem. What I will need to do at some point in the near future is to go finish the last trial of the Fremen. And then from there, I should be able to... Yeah, I want the storage. Once I do that last trial, that'll open up the Death Still. And then with the Death Still, I will be able to start hopefully stockpiling a lot more water. Huh. And so that should help with our water problem. Of course, that won't help with our power problem, which we're like right at the edge for power. Are we there yet? That'll take another bunch. Okay. But at least I have everything else that I need. It's just the aluminum that's going to be it. So, with all of that said and all of that in mind, the biggest thing right now is... Good Lord, excuse me. I actually slept last night. I really did. I went to bed kind of 10:30, I think. Woke up at 6 something. So I slept. But what I need to do is once I get the thopter and I take a look at the deep desert, I may poke around a little bit just to kind of be like, okay, this is cool. And then GTFO. Let's see. From there, I'll need to do the following the Fremen to get the Death Still. And then I will probably want to start scouting out a new location for a larger guild base. Now, I have an idea of where I would like to build it. And that is to the north, where you come in from the deep desert into Haga Basin. That's where I would like to put it. I don't know if I would be able to. Let me just make sure that's the last piece I need. Okay, I have the engine. Let's actually just grab all this crap. And will it let me build it in here? It will. There goes that. Okay. Last thing I need is the PSU, or in this case, the generator. Awesome. There we go. Gonna have our first thopter built. Remarkably quickly, too. The other thing, oh my god, this is gonna be so nice. Now that we have a working thopter, collecting spice in Haga Basin is gonna be super, super easy. That's one of the biggest problems, is that it's kind of a pain in the ass to get out to the spice blows. Yes! There she is, in all her glory. Next up, let's go see about making or grabbing some extra fuel cells. Yeah, I need to go through and clean this all up. Okay, we've got plenty of fuel cells. I need vehicle... Yeah, I need to make some vehicle fuel cells. I need... Let's make, like, I don't know, 4. And we'll grab a couple. Alrighty, so, we're getting somewhere now. We're not quite back to where we had been on the public server, but we are definitely getting in the correct direction. I mean, obviously we had 2.5, almost 3 weeks worth of work put into that. No, that should be enough. I don't think I'll need too much more than that. Whoops. Let's go there. Planetologist. Fuel efficient pilot. Awesome. Grab that. Now the fun is going to be finding a suitable location. Oops. Aha. There we go. And we're alive. We're alive. Awesome. So that's Spice Blow. There was one over here. That is firmly on drum sand. Go fuck yourself. Sorry, that was kind of mean of me. But not really. Oh, it feels good to have a thopter again. So the next step is going to be collecting enough stuff so that way we can get Kintar into one. That'll be our next big deal. Although now that we have one, getting the second one is equally easy and really doesn't take a whole lot of work. We'll just have to go ahead and mostly it's going to be the aluminum. Gathering up more cobalt paste and then, or at least more erythrite for the cobalt paste. And then also some of the other components we'll have to go hit up Sentinel City again. Although I found hitting that wasn't too bad, as I basically just ran in, bypassed a whole lot of people, raided what I could, and then got back out again. And that worked beautifully. Do I have... I do. Cool. All right. So... It's not this area, is it? No, it's a little farther up. Wait. Trying to see. Yeah, it would be right here. Right in this area. Looks a little different from the air, but there's usually like an encampment or something that's constantly getting shot at. It looks so different without like 1,001 different people having their base there. But let's get on out of here and let's go visit the deep desert and see how it looks on hopefully a low population server. Hopefully. And then we'll also get to see where the actual location is for coming in. Now, the nice thing is that even if you don't have a thopter yet, you can still get to Harko Village and Arakeen from Haga Basin. If you go to any of the trading posts, you'll get, you can actually talk to the fast travel thopter lady. I wonder if those other thopters are actually just there for show. I think they are. Okay. Well, first thing I'm noticing is that there isn't 1,001 different abodes. That's always a positive. It's quiet. There's not a lot of chatter. Let's just go ahead and stick our necks out. And we'll see what we find. This is also the first week, fresh week, after the update to the Deep Desert, where they changed the PvP boundary. Because it had been that basically everything from B and forward was all PvP. Now it's everything from A all the way up to D, and then half of E is PvE. Well, hey there, big guy. I get the feeling there's nobody out here. Like, it's dead quiet. Like, dead quiet. It's kind of eerie, a little bit unnerving, but otherwise, I mean, it is what it is. So, as it stands, if this is the case, and it's this quiet all the time, it might not be a bad idea to look into potentially building a forward base out here on one of these larger islands in the PBE zone. And especially if we can build one where there is some titanium and stravidium. Disassembling the buggy and bringing it out to mine that stuff, since it's going to be able to grab more anyway. And from there, just bringing it, you know, using the base as the drop-off point. Is that, what is that? Carbon? Nope, that would be some titanium. Now, I know I can't get it yet. Is that titanium or stravidium mass? Yeah, didn't think so. But we're still in the PBE zone. Holy shit. This is brilliant. I love this. This is one of those things. I don't mind combat sometimes. It's not bad. I have enjoyed it on multiple occasions when I play something like GTA. At least with GTA, you're not losing everything every time you die. It's not costly to get ganged up on and obliterated. Whereas in this game, if you get ganged up on and somebody kills you, you stand to lose a little bit of everything. Where is my horizon? There it is. God, I wish they would fix that. Like, who thought making that the same color as the background was a brilliant idea? That person needs to get fucking fired. Anyway. While I do enjoy a little bit of combat sometimes, the older I get, the more I enjoy the peace and the quiet of just being able to create and build. So this, to me, is nice. This is what I was after. Hell, this is even what Kintar was after. And I lost it again. There it is. Yeah, man, you really do lose that horizon line if you're not keeping track of it the entire time. That is terrible UI design. Terrible. It is stupid thin. It blends in with 99% of the background. If there was some sort of orientation ball, like in Kerbal Space Program, or even Space Engineers, it wouldn't be so bad. Because at least then you can look down at the instrumentation. But I don't have any instrumentation here. Wait, why was that PvP flagged? Oh, must have been a control point. Okay. Which reminds me, I was, this morning before I started my stream, I was over at Rathmeyer's because he was playing Dune Awakening. And he was talking about how the server that he's on, because he also plays on a private server, they actually have a council for their world server that dictates specific times for PvP to be able to happen. So that way you don't have people fighting all the time, and you have designated times for PvE and PvP, which I kind of like the idea of. And I think that's something that absolutely they should adopt for the actual regular game. Because then the other problem you wind up with is that the larger guilds wind up dominating the entire server. There's nothing for the smaller guys to be able to get effectively. They get choked out, and then they get bored. They're like, why do I want to keep dealing with this? And so it's going to drive players away. It's not going to drive them to join bigger guilds. It's just going to drive them away. Anyway, done complaining about that on account of the fact that I now know the deep desert is fucking quiet. Like, holy shit, is it quiet. And that is exactly the information that I needed to know. I needed to know that the deep desert for our world server was going to be pretty much dead. Now, will it stay that way? I don't know. I hope so. I hope it's one of those that it does stay fairly quiet for quite a while, at least until we can get a carrier thopter and all that stuff going and get spice rich. But until that point, all right, where are we at? We are right here. Okay. Now, obviously, it's not going to let me build right here because this is... Vehicle's not out of range, you jackass. Okay. So... Fine. What about... looks like over there is... Okay, what about over... So a lot of this particular area is kind of blocked off specifically because of... Yeah, that's a camp. But over here looks wide open. Let's get up on top of this little berm. Camp there. But otherwise, this doesn't look too bad. Yeah, this whole area right in here. And it leads into... Yeah, this leads over into the aluminum area. So if we come down here, that'll take us to the rift. That takes us up to Pinnacle down there. Yeah, this will actually be a pretty good spot for construction. Okay. But first... Oh, I know I domed him on that one. You weren't running away. Okay, so good news is I've scouted the location for our next base. Bad news is I've scouted the location for our next base. All right. Now, directionally, I think I want to rotate it. Well, what's up here? Up here. Just trying to look at, because there's a lot of different places where I could build it, obviously. But I'm trying to find some locations that maximize the amount of space that we have available, while simultaneously allowing us a lot of freedom, allowing me a lot of freedom to build what I want. So I'm contemplating, up here wouldn't be too bad. Lots of, actually, yeah, I know exactly where we're at now. And because I don't have to worry about anybody else on this server per se, I can build wherever the fuck I want. And I want to build there. Yes. Okay. Guild Grand Home. Missions. General settings, power up. Okay, there we go. So that will wind up being where our new home is. Eventually. What I want to do is I want to get the building sets, most likely for, I don't know if I want to do the Harkonnen one, or if I do want to do the Atreides one over here. I kind of want to do the Atreides one over here. So we'll wait and see. But that'll be a good starting location there. Let's go take a look at some stuff. Do I have my soft steps? Yes, I do. Put you there. Let's see if we can find some spice while we are out and about. We got plenty of fuel. The world is my oyster. Today is a good day. Ooh, there's one other spot that I need to go to briefly, which is Misa Tiril, and specifically the temple over here, so that way I can go hit up the corpse. Which, by the way, when you're a little under-geared, this whole area is such a huge pain in the ass to get stuff from, but also kind of fun at the same point. Ooh, what's up there? I might have to check that out later. Ooh, piece of candy. Yeah, just come up here. Let's come forward a little bit more. There we go. And right down here. Get some of that. Hey, spark sword. All right. Okay, so as far as... Ooh. That looks like 2 spice blows? Definitely 1. There's a spot over here I like to check because it's fairly easy to get to. Every once in a while, I've found spice over here once. And the nice thing is that it popped up on sand that doesn't trigger the worm. And does not look like it's there. Okay. Also, I might see about... Oh, I know what I should have done while I was over there. Let's see if I can land here. I wanted that. Probably eating a ship. And let's get Sheol. There we go. Sheol is now complete. Now I just need to get Misa Taril, and that'll be the map. So what do you say we do that real quick? Okay, and that looked like it was out there for the spice sand. Yeah, I made a little bit of a pun yesterday talking about the spice sand effect. Oh, I'm terrible. Good stuff. And we'll just pop back over here briefly so that way I can do a quick scan and we'll be done. We will have the entire map uncovered. At least that part will be back to normal and I won't have to worry about it anymore. And then after that, it's just getting everything else back to where it needed to be. Honestly, looking at this temple, it looks like it was designed so that water could be released from up here and flow down and out into maybe some wells or aqueducts or something over here. And it looks like at some point in time the worm attacked and was captured because of the way that these buildings are all sort of all over the place. It's a fun bit of storytelling through terrain. The story, it looks like what probably happened was that there was a gate there that got blown open. The worm was brought in here and then is being kept here through the electrical field. Because I'm pretty sure, technically speaking, worms are functionally immortal unless otherwise attacked by another worm, because they are territorial, blown up, which takes a lot of effort, or who knows, maybe they just grow too big to be able to continue sustaining themselves and eventually break down. Maybe that's where the sand plankton come from, is that an old man of the desert eventually dies and its body starts to decompose. And as it decomposes into sand plankton, which then starts the entire cycle over again, which would make sense. And also be really, really cool. All right, let's go see if that spice is still there. Yeah, see, at nighttime, it's way easier to see the horizon line. Okay, let's switch back to you. Make sure there's nothing weird out there. Nope. Okay. Let me get that. Oh, nope, nope. That was bad. Stupid shield. Alright, let's make sure that that didn't bring anything at me. Come at me, bro. Wait, no, on second thought. Okay, I think we're okay. Let's grab some of this. Nope, I heard something. Right now, I'm not exactly playing, you know, risk here. I'm doing as little as possible to risk. Because I absolutely can't afford to lose the thopter already. So if I can do the minimal amount to potentially risk it, I will do that. Let me get that. Okay. Just make sure we don't have the big guy coming around. Keep our eyes to the skies. Gonna have to get a new compaction tool at some point. Okay, how we doing here? We should have about 400-ish. Yep, on the dot. 400-ish. Let's see if I can get just a little bit more out of this. Kind of make sure I know where... There he is. There's the worm. Okay. Try and get... Nope, nope, nope. I heard that. Let's get up in the air. I know. I'm being skittish as hell. But again, when you only have the one thopter and it was already expensive to make the first time, you tend to be a little more careful than you probably necessarily need to be. If this was on my main account, on my main character, I probably wouldn't be as careful. Okay, that should be good. Let's get this out of here. Let's see, how much did we walk away with on this haul? 497, almost a full 500. That is a-okay. We're gonna head on back home. Drop this crap off. Hey, there goes a big guy. Now, one of the things that I've been contemplating is how many worms there actually are. Now, personally, I'm under the belief that there is at least one per sand-based territory. So that means that there would be one for each side of the gap, one for Vermilius, or not for Vermilius, for Haga Basin, Haga South, one for Sheol, and then possibly one that's also kind of just around. Is what I'm thinking. Do I have... Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to create a new place for that. But let's go ahead and get our spice added to this amount and see where we're at. We are now... Ooh. And that's full. Nice. Spice takes up a lot of space. Good lord. I'm looking for a tool. Put you back on, and then also grab that. There it is. Let's switch you out to this. Actually, buggy, and then buggy, and there we go. 2,000. Nice. That is actually a fairly decent start. Now, hopefully this spice will actually get us in the direction of being able to get a carrier built, as that will be one of our big milestones as well. Let's also get that learned. Now, the other nice thing is by stopping off at Misa Taril and getting that corpse, is that it also makes sure that we get some additional materials for Kintar to eventually get his thopter built. Ooh. Buggy, buggy, awesome. No, it's up here. Use, refill, spawn location. Okay, so as it stands, we now have the entire map uncovered. Mesa Trill is finished. Udom is done. The Eastern Shield Wall. This is going to be the location for our guild home, for the big guild house. And the reason why I want it there is because I'm going to expand it, hopefully fairly large, and that will allow us to build kind of a hole through it if I wanted to. This might move, but at least for right now, this is the location that I want it in. I can go ahead and abandon this one. Did it literally just have me go through 5 different... Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you... Yes, I am sure that I'm wanting to abandon that. Wow. Okay. Make sure that was the only one that got abandoned. Yeah, because... Okay, good. The other 2 are still here. Wow. That was... Anyway. So... We now have a thopter. Yay. That makes me so happy. So happy. Oh, there goes the connection. Let's see. I'm going to need more aluminum. Let's just get all of you started. And that's the garment. Now, of course, with the lack of water, that makes it difficult to do just about anything. Ooh, ooh. I need you right there. Yeah, just stick there for a second. I need this. I have this very thin sliver of time where I'm going to get a ridiculous amount of water off of these plants. Come on, come on, come on. The time has passed, but that's okay. I can still try and gather as much moisture off of them as possible. There we go. That will go a long way towards helping with our water problem. There we go. Okay. So, next thing to solve. Is let's drop down here for a second. Use our thopter as shade. Okay, so I now have a thopter. I have a need for water. I have a huge need for water. I need steel. Not a ton, but it'll get me started. I can do... Awesome. We'll do 50. I need a total of 60, but this will be our start for medium cistern. Okay, so water is now our biggest issue. It hadn't been, and we had been doing pretty good on water. But that was because during the weekend, both Kintar and I were constantly bringing back blood, and we were constantly turning it back into water, that sort of thing. So it was, you know, a fairly consistent input of water back into the system. Plus, the stuff that we were making was not nearly as complicated. So, now that we are at that point where it is going to become a problem, I need to figure out a solution. Now, I have two easy solutions. First is make some extra blood bags, go out, collect. Bring back a whole lot of blood. In fact, I should go ahead and make one of those. I should make two of them, honestly. As two large blood bags, that's going to be 30,000 blood that I'm bringing back, plus the other three that I have, three mediums, which are 9,000 each. That's another 27,000. In fact, what I could do is see about making a bunch of them, a bunch of extra ones, and then just going from there and trying to bring back as much as possible. One of the things that I do not recommend, though, and that's because they really don't provide much benefit, are regular wind traps. Even if you're AFK a lot, they are fairly useless. Oh. Oh, you know it's time. Yeah, we gotta research a decaliter, John. And then what do I need? What do I need for that? Aluminum ingots. Oh, hell yeah, because that's 10,000 water right there. So if I'm out doing, let's say, testing stations, and I'm just filling up for like a good hour off of one of those, I can easily fill this up and then bring it back. So yeah, we want that decaliter, John. Also, how am I doing on fuel? Okay, we're good on fuel. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take the thopter out. Thank you. And I think I am going to go ahead and hit up... Let's see. Actually, have I done? No, I haven't. Okay. Let's head south. We're gonna go finish off Haga South as far as like just finding stuff and whatnot, now that we can get down there easier. And hopefully fill up on blood. When we get back, we drop off the blood. Also intel. I need intel. We'll have to hit up the squat as well. Yeah, so we've got... Let's head out that way. Oh man, this cough is going to be the death of me. Of course, this happens anytime that we're running the AC a lot and it dries the air out. No, I haven't gotten Breaker Station yet. Whoops. Yeah, we can just... Okay, you're good. And we'll just float up the side here.
I see someone.
Yes, you do.
I need backup.
You're dead. You're dead. Your blood is now mine. Sorry, just the way it has to be. Take your intel. All 3 of it. Nothing in there except the Solaris that are worth a damn. Where were you going? I love that. I'm just getting... I thought for a second the corpse that I'm trying to drain just got back up. I was about to be like, excuse you. No, you are not getting back up. There's somebody else here that I'm just not seeing. Oh. Thank you for the gift of your body's water. All right, that takes care of that one. Now we can go to the next one. I've got yours. And those 3 will be next. Man, there was a whole lot of stuff that I didn't get while I was down here. Although, in all fairness, I was focused on other stuff, so I was trying to beeline it to a buggy, and then from the buggy to getting the thopter. So the next step, like I said, is to help Kintar get his. No. They aren't there. I am. Really? Come on. Was it worth it? You could have walked away, buddy. Hollow arches. I was filling a blood bag, you son of a bitch. Now I shall use you. Thank you. Hold on, I'll be right with you. Not even a scope in, just boop, right in your head. Was there... Ooh. What's in here? Sweet. It's not a lot. Like, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not sitting here looking at... Oh, good. I'm not looking at having a huge amount of Solaris out of that. But cumulatively, it does start to add up. And you very quickly realize that by doing these, you start getting quite a few Solaris. It's just like with the Intel. Even though these are just 3 Intel apiece, by doing them, that's quite a significant amount that gets added to what I've got. I want to check this out over here. Oh, nothing here. But kind of a cool little plateau there. I don't think there's anything of value here. Yeah, just a little base for the scavengers. All right. Let's go over to here next. Nope, this way. I was watching a short earlier today before the stream, and it was interesting because the guy was talking about that he'd been playing Dune all day. And he hadn't gone to bed yet because he was so addicted to the game and so enjoying his time within it that he didn't want it to stop. And that is how I have felt about it as well. And he mentioned that he hasn't felt that much joy from a game launch since the original World of Warcraft years ago. And I'm like, I'm right there with you, buddy. I haven't enjoyed a game. I haven't been this addicted to a game in a long time. There have been games that have kind of gripped me and I've put some time into, but nothing where I'm spending every waking hour thinking about it.
Where's the reinforcement?
Not right there. And I don't know exactly what it is about Dune.
Eyes on hostile.
I am tired of your shit. You are now dead. I don't know specifically what it is about Dune that is so compelling or gripping. I couldn't tell you. Because I don't think it's any one specific thing. I think it's a culmination of a lot of different things. Good gameplay, interesting story, interesting setting.
Eyes on hostile.
While the combat is not, like, super amazing, it is serviceable enough to be enjoyable in most circumstances. And also there's that level of frustration that comes with it sometimes. How annoyed you get at it. And you're like, no, 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 screw this. That's not going to happen. The kind of mentality. hollows, and yeah, pretty much. Well, let's just come up here. How you doing? That's not. That's what I want. Not too bad. Not hungry. Just ate a little bit ago. But thank you for asking. Fuck off. Holy shit, it's already been almost 2 hours. Nope, you're just dead. Deal with it. Oh, come on. Okay. I was wanting to look. That one's done. That one's next. I've got what I need from that one. Got that one, and I've got that one. Okay, cool. But yeah. Definitely. I think what also makes Dune so compelling is the progression. It's not an instantaneous thing that you immediately can get all the best stuff. It does require a lot of work. And the work pays off. And then you want more. It's a consistent cycle of needing to gather more all the time. No, you died. Also, I like the map a lot more than, let's say, like, I'm gonna bring this up, even though I know it's gonna annoy the hell out of you, Hollows. I like the map more here than Conan. Yeah, I imagine that is kind of a problem. Let's see, is there anything else worth getting here?
Reveal yourself.
Wow, this just keeps going up and up and up. That's enough out of you. Okay. I think that is about, well, aside from the camps, that's all of the intel. Awesome. Oh, he wound up getting Dune? Yeah, I figured he probably would like it. But you can't always be certain with some people. Sometimes it looks like a game that somebody will really like, and then they're like, this is the worst game I've ever played. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that'll do it. Salt and aluminum and jasmium. Okay. And then you're the power pack 4. I need... Let's get the radiation suit, because we're going to need that in short order. The reason why we're going to need the radiation suit is because Sheol is the only place to get jasmium, and jasmium is needed for duraluminum. That's actually kind of what I'm working on right now, in a roundabout way. Because the problem that we have right now is water. So I was out collecting blood, and I was also out collecting intel. And then I'm going to see about upgrading 1 or 2 pieces of gear, and then going to do the mission, the quest for the Death Still. I think I can. And I did unlock the Decaliter, John. Just have to wait for enough aluminum for that. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to be updating this one yet or not. Or if this one will just stay kind of smallish and act as a sort of midway point. Because I'm thinking, as far as our northern base, I've got this area marked out already with a location. And this is actually near where our northern base on the main server is at. Because we were originally going to build like up here. Yeah, kind of up here. And then we built up this. Yeah, this is where we built our other base. And this is down under it. Hey, what's up, Faulty? And I'm not that difficult to find. Most of the time. I need more industrial pumps. Okay. And then the aluminum. I'm going to need more steel. Let's also... That one's full. That one started. Still waiting on steel ingot. Okay, cool. Also, good to hear. Good to hear. I don't technically need it, but it is better armor. Nice. Yeah, it is kind of nice, depending on where you live, to wake up a little bit later. Okay. And then I'm going to need... Can I do? No, I can't. Okay, not yet. But it won't be difficult to get. Oof. That is kind of a problem, yes. Been there, done that, was not happy. Helps if I'm actually looking at the right thing. That sounds like a good idea. There we go. Ah. Hmm. No. There's no lullabies coming out of this. It's all nightmare fuel. 100%. I need 2 more intel. I know, right? Okay. You need a little bit more. Let's do that. What did I need for the deciliter, John? More aluminum ingots. Okay. Which is more water, which is more everything, honestly. Let's put you back to that. There we go. I thought I had the slaver still suit mask made. I do. Yeah, I have that made. Not in there. It's in one of these damn things. Is it this one? Yeah. Yeah, because I've got that set up on it. So why you not let me switch to it? It just refuses to let me choose that. That's messed up. I can do the Karab. I wonder if it's because I haven't... Well, no, I had to have made it. Because that's how I have it. I don't even know anymore. Anyway. You know what? Let's just go helmetless for a little while. Anyway. And we are currently up to 100,770 Solari. And a goddamn partridge in a burnt up pear tree. I need... What do I need? Before we go running out doing stuff, let's go see what I need. First of all, I need 2 more intel. That part I definitely need. Second part. Need more aluminum ore. So... let's go... Ow, my ankles. Let's go ahead and take the buggy out and go pick up some aluminum. Which, as I mentioned previously, I did manage to get the Mark IV cutter on here last night. And I did this morning, once I got the thopter finished, I did go out to the deep desert. It was empty. I don't think there was anybody else out there at that time. Which kind of makes me happy. Now let's pull up. I want to look at this real quick. Okay, so for our world cluster, for our server, there are currently 22 out of 3,600 players available. And a lot of those are single-person servers. Like just one person on kind of thing. I didn't bring any water with me. Gosh darn it. This is going to be fun. I might see about stopping off at like a location or something and stealing some water from them. Actually, yeah, there's the... Yeah, quarter house. I'll see if they've got some water up there. Honestly, I could park this somewhere and be fine. Let's wait and see what that worm's going to do. That's what I thought. Let's allow him to go first. He always has the right of way. Always. I've never known a situation where he didn't. Shai-Hulud just automatically gets the intersection. It's just, could you imagine being out in traffic and this giant, like, 4,000-ton sandworm just comes barreling down the road? That would be hilarious. I'd love it. That would be fantastic. That wasn't exactly what I wanted. But we'll work with what we've given ourselves. All right. Oh, and we'll also be able to pick up some blood while we're at it.
I see someone. They're here. They're coming. Boom.
You?
2 hours. Need to reload.
Bitch. Give me this. Oh, that's why, because this is a little encampment. Okay. I wasn't sure. That would be... I would love that. Oh, man. That would, honestly, that sounds like something that you would see on, like, Robot Chicken. Well, you had your shot, buddy. Haha. Or Family Guy. That's the other one. It feels like it would probably be on his Family Guy. I want your armor plates. You have... Yeah, exactly. And it totally wouldn't even feel out of place. That's the frightening part. You have no water here? This place sucks balls. Worst customer service ever. Where did I leave my... Where did I leave? There it is. Yep, there you go. 100%. And half the audience would be like, what? And then the other half of the audience would be laughing hysterically. And it would be amazing. Well, this is just gosh darn annoying. I was hoping there would be some water around here or something, but no. These sons of bitches don't have any. They have blood, but no water. I know, right? Who do they think they are? Not having water available for guests. See? This is why they live in destitution. They don't have water for their guests. And unfortunately, the place up here, the trading post, doesn't have water either. That's also true. I probably should have grabbed some before I left. Actually, you know what I could do? Is just drive this up here to a spot, hop in my thopter, fly away, and then come back again. Like if it reaches a point where I absolutely have to have some water. Yeah, there you go. 0 out of 4 stars, no water, customer service sucked, got shot at, not happy. However, the risotto was amazing. There you go. Is that... Just make sure... Okay. Let's grab this one. Man, this morning, before I started my stream, I'd stopped by Rathmeyer's stream. He's also playing, or he was playing Dune. I don't know if he is currently. And I was watching him play, and I noticed that he had hopped out of the buggy. He did this. Hopped out, came around to the back, opened up the menu, and then went to manage vehicle. Specifically so that he could then add somebody to the list. Oh, hey, Astro's on. So anyway, I happened to comment exactly. That's what I fucking said. Verbatim. You don't need to get out to do that. And I realized as I was saying, actually, I realized it later after I had said it, that I was basically being one of those guys that just pops onto a stream, sees the streamer for 3 minutes, and then goes, "You're doing it wrong." And I was just like, I fucking hate those people, and I'm being one of them. God damn it. And I felt so bad about it after the fact. Because it is one of those, it's like, yeah, I know that you don't need to, and I'm pretty sure he knows he doesn't need to, but there could have been any other reason for him doing that, and I don't know what it is because I wasn't paying attention enough. So it's like when everybody comes in and starts telling me how I should be playing Space Engineers. Why aren't you doing it this way? Why aren't you doing it that way? Why are you doing that? Because I fucking want to. So, Rathmeyer, if you're watching, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry for being that guy. I felt so bad about it afterwards. I know, right? You know, as funny as it is to say that, the more I thought, because I've said something similar before during a particularly heated discussion with a chatter, and I realized while that is true, that's not an attitude that I should be adopting. Now, granted, not everybody is going to like everything that I do, and that's fair. But I should, at the very least, adopt the principle or the idea of being sort of broad spectrum. Having the broadest possible appeal that I am capable of. Hey, there you go, exactly. And, you know, if there is a way to do the thing that I am doing at the time better, that is not outside of what I'm already, like, if I'm doing something and there is a methodology to doing that thing that is potentially more fun for me, I will happily do it that way. But at the end of the day, it's kind of about, this is the most narcissistic thing that I've said today. Don't worry, I'll probably say something even worse. But it really comes down to what is the most fun for me, which then translates into what is the most entertaining for you. Yes, exactly. Like me digging by hand. I just absolutely enjoy it. And I understand why others don't. Because it, you know, you're just watching a guy drilling by hand. Absolutely.
Harry them, Sanford.
You are now dead. Congratulations, you are being saved. All right. And I know we've discussed this previously, this blood for Shai-Hulud. There you go. I know it's something that has come up in conversation previously about streamers and their entertainment value. And then oftentimes there's really two directions that streamers tend to go. Either I'm having a really good time and I'm being entertained, or I'm having a really bad time and I'm entertaining because of it. There isn't a whole lot of middle ground in that respect, which to a certain degree makes sense. Because people either love to watch happiness or they love to watch your misery. Very few people, aside from those that like watching the e-girls sleep. See? Exactly. But very few people actually enjoy watching the moment-to-moment, day-to-day, like, I'm just paying my bills. I'm just paying my taxes. Let's see. Oh, I think that's more aluminum down there. And we're about to hit nighttime. Can I? Aha! I can get that. There we go. Awesome. Let's get this little bit, and we'll see where we're at. Oh. There is some interesting stuff happening in the world of streaming, though. And this could have an impact on not just streamers, but also on viewers as well. And I think it is important to note. So there is the hip-hop artist Ray J, best known for attempting to diss Eminem. And I believe he's also the one that is behind the Raycons, if I remember correctly. But anyway, he just recently started streaming on Twitch. He got signal boosted by Dan Clancy, who's the current CEO of Twitch. And it was discovered that Ray J Oh, really? That Ray J is essentially view botting. And so he was rightfully accused of it. And without a hint of remorse or anything at all, without feeling guilty or embarrassed, he flat out admitted to the fact that he is indeed view botting, that it's not illegal, and that everybody does it. Now, Twitch has previously in the past either outright banned or made disappear channels that were caught view botting. And it's only those that were caught, not necessarily the ones that are view botting, just the ones that were openly caught. Now, the reason why this is an issue, and more specifically why this has a potential effect for all of Twitch. Where are you going, buddy? That's solid fucking rock. But the reason why this is a big deal is because currently Twitch hasn't said or done anything about it. He really does. With Twitch being silent on the whole view botting issue, what this does is it sets up a precedent that basically says that if you are of a certain celebrity or of a certain size, we don't care if you're view botting. It also silently states to everybody that view botting is okay. If you're open about it, if you basically say, yes, I'm view botting, and you've got 30,000 people watching you. Exactly. But it also opens the floodgates for everybody else to start doing it. Now, this actually starts to become... it starts to become a much larger problem because of the fact that if more and more people start openly view botting, advertisers are going to be getting fewer and fewer legitimate views on their advertisements, even though they're going to be paying more money for advertising, which is then going to cause them to go, well, then why are we advertising on Twitch? If fewer people are actually actively watching our advertisements, then we're not making real money, we're not getting what we need, so we're going to go find a platform that will allow us to show off our ads. So advertisers will start pulling money away, which means that streamers will stop making as much money on Twitch, and they will start moving to other platforms where they will start making more money. Now, what that means for the average watcher is that potentially if they wanted to continue following a particular creator, they may have to go to Kick or YouTube or any of the other streaming services that are out there that are not Twitch, and they may not want to do that. So as a long-term thing, it is worth watching because it can have an impact. Now, this isn't a sky is falling thing. It's not so big a deal right now that it's like Chicken Little all over the place, like every other issue has been. But it is something worth watching because it does have long-lasting ramifications for the platform, and really goes a long way towards stating what its intentions are going to be for the future. Which is, for me personally, one of the things that I do pay attention to. If I ever want to become a bigger creator over the years, and I want it to be something more than just, $50 here and there every few months. If I want it to be bigger career, I do actually have to stay abreast of all of this. But also, it's kind of annoying. And understandably, I know why it happens, but it is kind of annoying that certain people get preferential treatment over others. Boobs. There we go. More blood for the blood god. Wrong buggy. Build that up. And there. More aluminum. Aluminum. Let's do 25. Goddamn connection. I swear to God, that's getting annoying. All right. I think I still needed... Yeah, I still need the gloves for the native still suit. What time are we at? Almost there. And then I just need 2 more intel for that. Oh, let's drink up me hearties. Okay. Drink, thank you. There, okay. And then I want to go ahead and beat these guys up for their blood. That never gets old. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. The Red Cross would like to invite you to come back another time and continue to donate. You're helping to save lives. And give me that. No, I wanted the... You know what? Fine, thank you. Let's grab our water scythe. I know, poor dew harvest time, but, you know, do the dew. That's a good question. I don't know. I now must know. And diabetics donate blood. Yes, people with diabetes can donate blood as long as their diabetes is well managed and they are otherwise healthy. So as long as you had no other issues. And mental health doesn't count. Being slightly batshit insane isn't going to keep you from donating blood. That's fair. And Faulty's right. For the case, or for the purposes of Arrakis, your diabetes really doesn't matter. Because we don't care what issues you have as long as it doesn't get into the water. It's basically how that goes. Somebody's poisoned the water hole. Oh, man. I just had an idea. Do I have enough stuff for it? Let's see if I do. Let's hope that I do. Can I make the deciliter John at this moment? Damn, no. I also can't make that. I can make... let's do like, I don't know, 5 of them. Let's just take like 5-liter Johns with us and go out to Dew Rock. In fact, I think that's a much better name for it. For the longest time, there's been this one giant rock pillar that we have used as kind of a landmark for going out to the aluminum mountains. We've called it notoriously the penis because it just looks like a big giant dick sticking out of the sand. But I think in this particular case, changing it to Dew Rock would be a better idea. So I think that will be the new name for it, is Dew Rock. Didn't do it. There you go. But let's make a whole bunch of liter Johns, take them out with us. We'll head out to Dew Rock, and I'll show you why we should call it that. Because of the fact that it is an amazing location. It's a pretty location, but also a really desirable one, which is why I understand why somebody built there. Now it's getting to be about lunchtime. Oh, of course. Those guys are showing up. And we have... Ooh, we might not make it. Okay. And it's because there's this massive field of flowers here. Just amazing amounts of water that you can be grabbing. Just grab as much as possible. Go away, Sardaukar. Nobody likes you. I guess they are just mercenaries. Not even legitimate Sardaukar. Damn. Missed most of it. Okay. How much did we get out of that? Filled up 1 liter John, filled up 4 other... Oh, wow. Yeah. No, that was pretty good. Okay. So, earlier Kintar had mentioned building a base here. On our previous private server, the one that sucked, he had actually built a base out here. It was just kind of a pain to maintain at that point. But now, as we are getting closer to having thopters for everybody, it's a situation where building a base out there and maintaining it will be much easier. And with that as sort of a water source, and with some deciliter Johns, that will work great as a method for generating a ton of water. So I think that's kind of the direction that's going to go in. Let's get on back home and drop this off. It might not be a bad idea to put like a storage container near one of the doors or even in the garage itself. So that way I can just drop off the liter Johns, and then when I need to go out at night and grab more water, I will have them available to do so. Okay. Let's drop off what we, in fact, what's in here? Oh, that's all the vehicle stuff. Okay. And there we go. Wasn't a huge amount of water, but it's a good start. We'll do that there. That way I can drop off all of these because I don't need all of them at the moment. All right. There we go. So now we have kind of a working system. Next up, I need cobalt paste. And then, come here, cobalt paste. Need about 40 of you. And then we'll do 20 of that. Yeah, that'll be good. And then we'll see about getting another one of the wind turbines up on the roof. That should help generate a little bit more power. I mean, obviously that'll help generate more power, but in general, that will be more power. Did I get that medium one done yet? Nope, not. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Okay, and then you, I will put right there. And I just need more steel ingots as well. I will take that. Steel, how much can I make? 49. I will take 40. Okay. It's kind of weird having the sandworm constantly going through the base like it does, because like we're right on the edge where it starts hitting open sand and where your footsteps will start attracting the worm. Like there's enough of a buffer to get out with vehicles and not worry too much about it, but we're damn close. Oh yeah, and I still needed the gloves, the native gloves. I need silicone and steel suit tubing for that. Okay. Both of those things are actually pretty easy to get. And we'll do 40. All right, so we've got a lot of stuff being made and a lot of stuff needing to be made. But we're getting there. Let's see. Let's go. See if we can find some spice around here that isn't going to completely suck to try and get. Now, even if it's on drum sand, now that we have a thopter, it shouldn't be too terrible to get it. It's basically, it'll be like fire, fire, lift off, drop down, grab it, maybe fire a couple more times. But it's not terrible. I've done it before. Now, granted, I had much better stuff, so there was that. But we are at least getting to that point where things are going to be a little bit easier moving forward. And yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Where are you and what do you want? You are not on drum sand. Oops, too far. I heard that. What was that? Was that you? I bet that was you. Yeah, I see that tail. No. Okay, grab that. Can't wait to get a better compactor. Nope. Hey, buddy. You're looking kind of big and girthy there. No, don't come right through it. Oh, goody. He listened. Now, the fun thing is that in one of the recent updates, they changed it so that the sandworm now actually lingers in the area a little bit longer. So it just means that I have to be a little bit quicker about this is all. As I have a little less time. I will have to answer him in a second. Let's see. Let's get airborne. Okay. We should be good. Let's get more. Make sure I keep an eye on the thopter so it doesn't slide all the way away. Nope. And we're off. Hey, Neo, baby. Speaking of, I will admit it is fun watching sandworms. They are pretty cool. It kinda is. about as PP as this game gets. And I think we're about, yep. All right, let's head back to base, drop off all this spice, and then we can go from there. Yeah, I need to also get the cargo for the thopter. Not sure if I actually made one yet. I think I was close. Not really. I mean, some people have seen Dune Part 1 and Part 2. Some have only seen Part 2. Some haven't seen any of it. Some of us have read all of the books, watched the original movie in the 80s, the David Lynch one, seen both of the miniseries, Dune and then Children of Dune, as well as watched Part 1 and Part 2. But no, I mean, it is what it is. Everybody does their thing the way that they do. Some of us are just giant fucking Dune fans. It is a good movie. I will say that there are certain aspects of that movie that annoy me to a certain extent. But that's because I feel like they undermine the story beats from the book. Other than that, though, they're really good, absolutely gorgeous. Denis Villeneuve did an amazing job with the special effects in general, and the direction and storytelling. There are some things that I would change to make them better, but I think overall he did a good job with what he had. Okay, so where am I at with stuff? We can do one wing because of the industrial pumps, which I have to get from Sentinel City. More. I still need my gloves, which silicone block and still suit tubing. Still suit tubing you get from Misa Tyrell. And then, of course, I've just got to wait for this thing to make the silicone blocks. I was also waiting on... Yeah. Holy shit. Oh yeah, that's the compactor. I need the builder. And that'll be good for a day or so. Cool. Okay. How's this one doing? I'll probably have to make more of this too. Yes and no. But we're getting there. It's basically like a constant back and forth of, okay, I built this, now I need to make more of this. All right, I made more of this, now I need to make more of that. And just constantly bouncing around more and more stuff that you have to keep track of to a certain point. And then eventually it kind of tapers off as you start getting things settled, specifically after you get the death still. That and the death still and the advanced death still. Once you get to that point and everything kind of starts to smooth itself out and the timing gets a little bit better on everything, and you start winding up in a situation where you are water rich, then it starts to get a little more comfortable. But up until that point, it's just a constant, what do I have to go get now? Which is not a bad thing, mind you. I really don't mind that sort of a gameplay loop, because of the fact that it is keeping you busy. What do I need for aluminium? Make it all. We've got more water and not what I want. We've got some time. You know what we need to do? That's not where they are. We are going to go out to Dew Rock, and we are going to collect some water from there. There we go. Good Lord, I hate this cough already. Get some altitude, and then away we go. And I think what I'll do is, after I get some Philip the Leader Johnson come back, I may take a short break to grab some food, shove it in my pie hole, and then we'll come back and do some more work. What shield do I have? Oh, damn. Yeah, I need to fix my Emperor's Wings, or just make a new one, repair my power pack, and also a new shield. Because I know I should be able to make a Mark III shield. It's that quiet drifting that I like so much. Okay. Currently, it's not quite the right time. We want to give this a little bit longer before we start harvesting the dew. Now, granted, you guys can't see it right now. Give me a second here. So in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see what looks like... Let's actually hold this. You'll see what looks like a meter there, like a clock of sorts, where currently at the bottom of it is a solid tan color, and then it goes into black and slowly works its way up to blue. The deeper into blue that it gets, the better your dew collection is going to be off of plants, or the better your water collection. So that's how you know when the best time to collect water is going to be from plants. So if you do wind up playing, that's the thing to pay attention to. Oh, fucking back. Oh, I can feel it wanting to pop, but it's just not going to. Anyway, so right now I'm waiting. I need 2 more intel. How are we doing on skills? Planetologist. That's rerouting. Oh, yeah, give me more of that. Dew gathering. Careful manipulation of the Holtzman field on the Dew Reaper allows you to increase the water yield. Hell yes. Like the planetologist roll has some of the best stuff in there for just generally doing things. Where are we at? Almost. Little bit longer and we'll start hitting the best do phase. I want to try and maximize how much water I'm getting out of this. And a little bit later, once I'm capable of doing so, it might not be a bad idea to put some storage, to put the storage on the thopter and then fill it with, mostly full with like decaliter johns at some point. And in that way I can go out with a bunch on me, fill them up, swap them out for the empty ones on the thopter, and then fill those up and bring it all back at once. And that way we can bring back a huge amount of water and not have to worry so much about making sure that we have enough blood or corpses for the stills. And we are just about to enter dew time. Getting there. Sometimes it's about just sitting there waiting. I just gotta do the dew, man. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Okay, we're getting there. Screw it. I'm impatient. I'm hungry. Plus, there's a lot here anyway. And I don't know if I'm going to make a sandwich or have the rest of my leftovers today. I might do a sandwich. I'm kind of looking forward to one. Like a honey ham with Black Forest ham. Nah, I don't really want a mouth orgy. I want a sandwich. Because then, I know, I'm sorry. Because then I can go ahead and I can put some lettuce and a slice of tomato on it if we still have a tomato. And then slice of Swiss. Some mayo on it. So good. Was kind of tempted to add some Italian dressing. That stuff is so good too. God, I can't wait till I get the industrial one. That's kind of what I need to get the two. Nice, there we go. That's what I need to get the two intel for, so that way I can research the industrial dew gatherer. Because then it's like you just stand in a spot and a huge swath of dew comes to you. There we go. There we go. All right. We have all that stuff filled. Let's head back, drop it off, and then I think what we'll do is, like I said, we'll take a break for lunch. Get some food in the belly. We like dew. Dew is good. Dew is what makes the world go round. And then once we get Kintar an ornithopter as well, I can then focus on starting to get the buggy upgraded, getting out to Sheol, and bringing back jasmium so we can start making the duraluminum. That'll probably be a tomorrow thing, though. Depends on how things go today. Like I said, that'll probably be a tomorrow thing. There we go. Extra 11,000. That was an odd sound, but I don't mind it. Okay. Let's check you. Can I make... Nope, because I still need steel suit tubing. Okay, that's fine. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take a short AFK. I'm going to go make myself something to eat, stretch my legs, grab another drink or something like that. When I get back, we'll see about going ahead and getting some additional parts, steel suit tubing, as well as probably the pumps that we need. The industrial pumps, I think, is what they are. But the pumps that we need in order to get a thopter for Kintar. And I will keep all those blood bags on me. I will not, however, keep all of the darts, the light darts. Don't need all of them. All right. There we go. Okay. Yeah. I'll be back in a few as I go to do the lunch. See you guys in a few. right, we are back. Food was delicious. The sandwich was amazing. Oh, yeah. Of course, need to follow it up with a freaking cough drop because I'm tired of this damn cough. It's only been a few days, though. But it already feels like it's a few days too many. Which is always the case. Okay. Let's see here. First of all, let's check to make sure. Because it still needs steel tube. Okay, so tubing, sandworm, let's go see this way. Specifically, I want to go this way because this is the direction that's easiest to get it from. Actually, no, from this way. Mesa Taril is actually a really good location to get it from. Even though it's kind of a pain in the ass to kill what's out here, because it is a little bit higher level or higher tier. Oh, I should have grabbed. Well, it's reaching that point where we're going to hit water time anyway. Looking for that spice. That sweet, sweet spice. I think what I want to do is I want to hit up the tower real quick to see if the dude's reset yet. If he has, he might have what we're looking for on him. If he hasn't, not a big deal. We can continue on our way, looking for more stuff. And here we are. Also, if you're looking for a location, like let's say you do have your thopter by this point, but you haven't actually used the observer probe to uncover the map, this really is a great location for it because you can go ahead and score some cool stuff from this guy here. Oh, he has reset. Awesome. Doesn't have what we're looking for per se, but he does have some good stuff. I don't need the rest. It'll just clog me up. But this will be a good location to go ahead. This is on top of the tower for Mesa Taril. So if you come out to this section of the map, Mesa Taril, and where the big giant electrified sandworm is. Big guy down there. And then all you've got to do is come up to the very top of this. And from the very top, come down to this little alcove here. And you'll see a corpse in there. Loot him. He's usually got some pretty decent stuff on him. So, trying to think. I don't know. I don't know if the guys in West Shield Wall drop still suit tubing or not. Let's do a little experiment and find out. Hi. Nah, missed that one.
It's on.
And nope, you do not. That's not what I was looking to do. I need your blood, not your water. There we go. That's the right thing. The sandflies. And no still suit tubing. Okay, so we are going to have to go back to Mesa Taril, because that's where I was getting it from. And then once we are done there, there we go. Then we will head over to Sentinel City. Sentinel City will allow us to get the pumps that we need for the thopter wings. And I think after that, it's just making sure that we have enough water to produce the aluminum necessary for all the rest of the parts. And then we should be able to get a thopter up and running for Kintar. Not like he's been doing anything, though. Just, you know, paying for the server and lounging around, not doing anything else. You know, like that. Completely useless. That's what I'm trying to call him. Surreptitiously. Because I've been doing all this work. And where is he at? Like his job is some sort of excuse. Whatever. Kids, life, whatever. Bring it on. Oh, I know I blocked that shit. Hey, there goes our still suit tubing. And look, water bottle. Oh. You probably should have killed me when you had the chance. Instead, you hesitated. Never hesitate. Now, the heavies in here are a pain in the ass, especially if you get double melee and a heavy. I hate that so much. It's like, why are you like this? However, this might work in my favor. Ah. Oh. Oh, come on. Nope. Go ahead. Sorry. I know I should be talking a little bit more, but I'm trying to like focus in here, get locked in, try and take these guys out. Oh, come on. There we go. I know there is... Where the hell? Okay. Come on. There we go. Okay, there. That's better. That mops things up much nicer. Ow! Son of a bitch, where'd you come from?
Enemy found.
Oh, and there we go. That is not what I want. You want to pull the melee away so that it's easier to take them out. Then you can go ahead and take out... No, 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 no. Oh, come on. Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Okay, respawn. I knew I should have put a respawn point out. But man, once they get you, it's hard to recover from that point. Where am I even? Okay, yeah. We're this way. Awesome. Let's go ahead. Get back in the fight, shall we? Let's see. We had you blood bag. Oh, hey, at least I died conveniently.
Shield on.
See that one. Come on. We'll see if we can... Sucker. You almost had it. Almost. And now your blood is mine. It's like I'm part vampire on my mom's side. Oh, nope, 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 nope. That's bad. Okay. Oh, nice. Now I don't have to gather any intel. Not that I was going to. Well, I was, but now I don't have to. I can go ahead and get the Industrial Dew Reaper. Do you have... Oh, you do. Perfect. I want what you've got. Let's also see what's in here. Nice. And what do you have? That'll work too. I don't really need to go in all the way in there because I've got what I need. Sucks to be you. So, next up, we got our stillsuit tubing, which I needed for the gloves for the native stillsuit. The next step is going to be going to Sentinel City to get the pumps that we need for the thopter wings. However, let's go stop off, get some water, and actually go ahead and make the gloves so we can just finish off the stillsuit and be done with that. And then, yes. Honestly, I can't wait to get the mercenary stillsuit. I think it's my favorite look out of all of them. And actually, I would like to get the epic version of it, the unique version of the mercenary stillsuit. I think that would be a lot of fun to have all those parts. But, oh, those are future plans, and I'm not sure where I would get them from. I think you can get them from testing stations, but I'm not 100% certain. It could also be something that you wind up getting from the crashed ships, or the shipwrecks, I should say. But let's also drop off. Grab some water while we're at it. What was that for? I don't remember. Oh, wait, I think that was going to be, yeah, that was for the... Oh, hell, I don't remember anymore. It was for a thing. It was for stuff. Turn that off. Empty out what we've got here. And there we go. I'm actually going to go ahead and leave this because I've already got like 2 of them. So I need the industrial dew scythe. Excellent. So that is going to go a long way towards helping out. I need my gloves. Oh, we have some contracts that we need to do too. So from what Kentar and I have talked about is that it sounds like the direction we're going in, because he's already started down this direction, is to actually just start going Harkonnen and then potentially portraying Harkonnen to go Atreides. I think that's the route he wanted to go. The other thing is, and the only reason why we wanted to go a specific route where it was like go Atreides and then Harkonnen, was so that we could get the building materials or the build plans. But considering how easily we can load up on Solaris, it's one of those situations where we're probably just going to go ahead and go Harkonnen and then just buy what we need later on. Which is not a bad way to go about it. I mean, it is a perfectly legitimate way to go. Plus, we were going Atreides originally, and I've just decided, you know what? Well, we were going Atreides on the public server that we were on. But we reached a point where it's like, let's go Harkonnen instead and go that route, which I'm fine with. The thing about Dune, and I think what makes it such a compelling story, is that while there is a good guy in the world and from various perspectives, there are no actual good guys. They're just various forms of less bad guys, is really where it goes. Oh, hell yes. What do I need for you? Industrial pumps. So the thing that I need to go get anyway, yeah, we're gonna... Okay, so 1 decaliter John is 10,000 capacity. The Hydra Leader John Mark 1s that I've been using are 1,500. So we're going to drop those. They're getting kind of beat up anyway. I also mentioned that I needed to take care of some items. Let's drop all of those off. Actually, I'll keep you because you're the large. I don't need that anymore right now. I'm going to need some more of that. There we go. Okay. I need the shield. I need more steel ingots and I need more particle capacitors. Of course I do. Never seem to have enough of those things. I need more iron ingots. Okay. Before I get too lost in the sauce for all the other 50,000 things that I need, we're going to head to Sentinel City and we're going to go ahead and grab the pumps, the industrial pumps that I need. Sentinel City being up. Should be up. No. Ah. Sandflies. Where is it? I know it's around here. It's over here. Duh. You are such an idiot, Cruz. I mean, it's not like it's easy to miss. It's right next to the big giant hunk of rock that looks like Godzilla from the side. And we'll just scooch over this way. So, since we're going to go with Harkonnen, I think I have a contract I need to turn in that I can turn into either one. So I'll have to see about that one. Oh, I also need to repair my wings. I'm noticing they're getting a little beat up. What are we at? Yeah, about 74% each. Let's just hover over here. I will say this, on a private server, it's been really weird constantly having NPCs to kill. And the reason why I say that's really weird is because their respawn timer is such that there's always somebody like respawning at these locations. Let me out. Thank you. And so it's just amazing how quickly these areas are refilled with, you know, blood bags. Now, this is going to be fun.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I hate that so much. Come on. No. Just no. You are not allowed to do that. I will take your armor, though. And then you guys, I want your blood. And I want yours. And I want yours. I'm pretty sure I got the intel from this place. Easy way to tell. Open up your mat, stupid. Yes, I did get the intel from this location. Cool. And I'm looking for... Aha, these sorts of things. Although you don't have what I'm wanting. And I want heavy darts. Ah, you have what I want, though. Which is, and just to show it off, it's these industrial pumps. And I need, I think it's a total of 12 of them. Hey, what's up, Grumpy? And so far, I'm doing a pretty good job at not being worm bait. Right now, more dart bait. There we go. Oh no, you don't get to come back. You are a blood bag now. Thank you. Excellent. That's what I needed. Those are... The compressors are going to be useful as well. I think they're used for something that I need. Although I couldn't tell you exactly. Absolutely a vampire. Hey, you know, it's not my fault that they have delicious blood that turns into really useful water. It's how we make the Kool-Aid. Absolutely. God damn. The rubber banding on this server. Okay, so I'm going to say this. The server that we started out with, the private server that we started out with, it's... that was a word I just had. Performance was amazing. The performance of that server was amazing. Its ability to stay connected was terrible. Actually, now that I'm talking about it, let me check real quick. I want Brine Shade. And it's still online. I'll be impressed. Or I'll be damned. Okay. Let's not go that way. Now this is where the fun begins. Because there's a lot of frickin' flamers up here. And I need... I got him. I love that plink sound that it makes when you hit him in the head. That's so satisfying. Missed. Got him. Who's next? Anybody else? Now we go close quarters. I need to get the GRDA, Garda, basically. It's essentially a two-shot shotgun that fires slow darts. And that will slowly start burrowing through a shield unless a person dodges out of the way. Obviously meant to take out people with shields, which it's really useful for. I just wish it did a little extra damage is all. Oh, here we go. That's what I want. Sort of. But we are looking for these sorts of barrels. I want the industrial pumps, thank you very much. I mean, I'll take anything, obviously, but I want the pumps. The pumps want me. Ow. All right, time to run. Let's get out of there for a second. Bandage up. Last thing I want to do is die in that scenario. Okay, we should be good now. Oh. Yeah, those you've got. Okay. You're annoying. So let's deal with that. And you're annoying, so let's deal with you too. Okay. Grab this. Run into here. I am finding as I play that I'm starting to actually rely on the Shiga wire as more than just a way to get around, but I'm actually utilizing it in combat as a method to disrupt enemies, because it's really, really good at staggering some of these idiots, especially the heavies. Yes. Sure, I will take a free one of those that needs to be repaired, but for a quick, I need some extra water. That's not what I wanted. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Oh, yes. Yeah, let me get some of that. That's, yes, 1,000 times. Nice. Okay, let's keep going. However, I do also still use the hell out of Shiga wire to get around. It is perfect as an evasion device. Nope, 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 nope. That's not the direction I wanted to go in.
Eyes on target.
You have no eyes on any target. Ow. Ow.
I spy an Imperial foe. Be about them, brother. I need that.
Oh, hey. Let's just get out of here. And we'll worry about the consequences later. And we'll also double check to see how many pumps that I got out of this. I'm gonna have to get or make a new one of those. All right, we walked away with a grand total of 11 industrial pumps. That should be, plus what we have back home, enough to get Kintar's wings started. And then we just have to go ahead and make... we need more aluminum. And that'll kind of be it. And then we can get him into a thopter. And we can start looking at doing some of the other stuff. So yeah. Pretty good haul so far. And the next thing I'm going to do once I get back is to go ahead and look at, excuse me, I might go ahead and do the last portion. What do you do that for? That goober. Oh, that goober. Guilds. Invite. Players. You. Invite. That. Okay. Completely accidental. All things considered, yeah. There are points where the interface for this game leaves much to be desired. All right. Let's drop off what we wound up walking away with, sort of take stock of where we're at and what we need next. Okay. No. Okay. Let's see. Drop off the blood that we have here. Awesome. There we go. And I need... Well, I already have one. I just need to repair it. No, not recycle it. That would be bad. Okay. Repair that and that. I need... let's see. I need the shield. Particle capacitors and old Sparky. No, I don't need old Sparky. I just need the shield. Okay. Lots of stuff to gather still. So much stuff to gather still. But that's okay. Let's see. Where are we with aluminum? I can do another 50. Let's also check. Okay, so we have enough for the wings. So I can do all 4 of those. That was literally all I had enough for. We're going to need more cobalt paste as usual. I don't know if we're getting low on erythrite, so I'm going to have to double check that. How are we doing on erythrite? Yeah, I'm probably going to need a little bit more of that, but let's get some of that started. And up here. Nope, not there. Over here. Awesome. Okay, so what I have to do next. And the only reason why I don't want to do it yet is because of the fact that I don't have a Mark III shield belt. If I had the Mark III Holtzman shield, I would go ahead and do what I need to do for the Death Still. Do that line of questing. Yeah, seriously, I've got parts for a bike too. Nice. Let's see. Trying to figure out what I want to do next. And I think probably the best thing to do is actually to go drop off some stuff at Anvil. And basically just go do some contracts real quick and just kind of wrap it up that way. What else? Oh, Shazbot, I still have a bunch of stuff on me. That's okay. That's fine. That'll work out to our favor, I hope. Oh. So, the plan is, I'm guessing we're going to go Harkonnen. And then just go from there. Oh, yeah. Not Kintar. They don't know him as Kintar. There we go. It's the problem is that he has like 3 or 4 different names that people know him by. Now, these are his work colleagues, so they know him by his real name. If I wasn't on stream, I would be using it. But I don't generally like to go around just throwing his real name around all the time while I'm on stream. It's not mine to tell people. And it's more of just a general safety precaution. It's not like people can't find it. I just don't want to make it easier for them.
Not too bad. We had a bet going.
Let's see. Nothing here worth selling. Awesome. And
Nice to see you again. Never a dull moment when you're about. Oh, yes. Yes. Success is definitely my favorite track. Yes.
all right.
Yes. My hands and mind. You are indeed resourceful. Unlike the lots have to. You shouldn't know that name. My. But you do the dead man. This is.
Okay.
I wish I knew what scored your presumption. But I suspect a fair quest.
Yeah, hurry up. I've got
Always
stuff to
have
do.
tasks that need doing. Our target resides near the Atreides fortress. I need something incriminating. Do not distract from your.
Okay, cool. Anyway. Let's see. Oh no, it passed due o'clock. And okay, cool. I can also do that one. And eventually that one if I felt like going to Arakeen, which I don't. Yay, I'm rank 1 with House Harkonnen. Which, how many Solaris do I have? 1,200? Okay. I want to do something real quick. We're going to go back. We're going to grab some Solaris. And I'm going to see how much their building stuff costs. Their Harkonnen construction kit. Because if I can go ahead and just get it now, which I think it should be like, I don't know, 80,000 or something like that. Then I can go ahead and start looking at kind of planning out what will wind up being the grand guild base that I want to build. It looks like it's the drive section, or at least a section, may even be the section of a station that fell out of orbit. Like a weather satellite kind of thing. Okay. Let's go talk to our Solaris. Yep, that'll work. Okay, we've got 100,000 of them that are coming with us. We will drop off that and that. Yes. You all stay here. Okay. And I think really the only place that I need to go is over to the Harkonnen village place, not Harko village, but there is a sort of enclave, if you will, for the Harkonnens. This direction. Due east, up near Haga Rift. It's actually kind of at the tail end of Hogger Rift. There we go. Let's go. Oh yeah. And I need to repair my wings. One more thing. Definitely been a productive day, though. Definitely been productive. See if we can get a good screenshot here. Yeah, that'll do. And that way I have a screenshot for the thumbnail for the video when I put it up later today. It's just kind of gotta remind myself to do it. Last night I was a little slow on. Whoa. Oh, really? What are you on? Drum sand? No, you're next to drum sand, though. Want to get it? But I got other stuff to do. Oh, and we're basically right here. Pretty much the location I was wanting to be at. There we go. This is also the location of the Mentat trainer. So if you come up here from, what is that, the southwest, and you come up these stairs, you'll see the contract board here. Right next to it is the Mentat trainer.
You seem fit enough, but don't take that as a compliment. Before
Okay.
I can teach you, I'm...
And she'll have you do various stuff. And then here goes the dealer.
No, you're not on my list.
Excuse you? Why not? Oh. Because I'm only neutral. I have to get up to 2 with them. Okay, got it. We'll work up to that then. I wonder. Okay. That would be cool if there were rounded pentashields, because then I could see putting them on the edges here, and that would be really cool. But I might utilize this as sort of inspiration for our guild base. I can do something with that. Anyway, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up here for today. We've actually gotten quite a lot accomplished. We've got a ton accomplished. It has been a very, very good day. Specifically, we got our thopter, our first thopter going. We've gone out and explored the deep desert a little bit. We've cleared out testing stations, and we've gone and collected intel, and we've explored everywhere, and it's just been a heck of a day. We have done a lot of good stuff. So tomorrow, probably more Dune, just because I'm kind of hooked right now, and still I'm a little burnt out on Space Engineers, honestly. I'm not even going to try and hide it. And mostly just kind of waiting for the next update, and also Space Engineers 2, really. But yeah, so that is going to be it for today. We will be back tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9 a.m. Eastern, like usual. But until then, As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.